ሲግናል አይ አም ኖት ጌቲንግ ወደዚህ እና አሁን እየመጣ ያለው ይሄ ከኮምፒውተሬ ጋር ያለውን ነው። እና ኮምፒውተሬን ደግሞ አልፈልገውም።
Good morning, everybody. Kindly requesting us to take our seats so that we can get started. His Excellency, Professor Eyasu Elias, the State Minister for the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Henk van Drugen, the President and CEO of International Fertilizer Development Center, IFDC, Ms. Paula Schindler, the Deputy Ambassador and Head of Development Cooperation at the Embassy of the Netherlands, Mr. Mercedes Marien, the Senior Policy Officer for the European Union, His Excellency Professor Negusian Bichasa, the DG for the EIAR, Ambassador Shifero Shiguta, the Commissioner for the Ethiopian Cooperative Commission, His Excellency Dr. Deres Sahile, the Vice President of Amhara Regional State and Head of Amhara Regional Bureau of Agriculture, distinguished diplomats, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Caroline Carriza. I'm the Regional Communications Coordinator for East and Southern Africa at the International Fertilizer Development Center. And I'm so excited to welcome you all to this wonderful event. But before we start, may I give you a minute to talk to the person seated next to you? Just getting to know them for just a minute, just saying hi to them and getting to know them. Thank you so much. I think we are getting along well and we are all excited. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Once again, it is such an honor to stand before you this morning as we launch this wonderful program called Transforming Soil Fertility in Ethiopia, otherwise known as the Transform program. We have an engaging program for you this morning, as you will note from the program on your table. It's a 4-hour, 4 to 5 hour event where we shall have very engaging conversations on how we can transform soil fertility in Ethiopia. So without so much further ado, allow me to welcome Dr. Tolesa Debele. He's the program director for the Transform program for the welcome remarks. Welcome, Dr. Tolesa.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Professor Eyasu Elias, State Minister, Ministry of Agriculture, Your Excellency, Heng Wan Diju, President and Chief Executive Officer, the International Fertilizer Development Center, Your Excellency, Health and Fertility for Sustainable Agricultural Production in Ethiopia. We gathered here to explore pioneering program designed to enhance soil health and fertility, essential foundation for sustainable agriculture and resilience for the rural communities. At the heart of this program is a commitment to empowering farmers, households, and the communities. By promoting the adoption of best soil health management practices, we aim to improve soil quality and significantly enhance the food security of farmers who rely on land for their livelihoods. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our approach centers on delivering customized support that is specially designed to meet the unique needs of farmers and communities. Recognizing that each farmer face unique challenges and opportunities, we prioritize primarily the soil extension services to effectively address the specific circumstances of each farmer's and household. Customized extension services foster a stronger connection with farmers and increasing their willingness to encourage with and adapt new practices. This approach in households and the communities to embrace agroecological approaches that are vital for maintaining and restoring soil health. By promoting a holistic framework focused on sustainable farming, biodiversity, soil conservation, and ecological balance, we aim to demonstrate the tangible benefits of these practices, including improved crop yields, reduced dependence on chemical fertilizer inputs, and a greater resilience to climate change. This customized soil fertility extension approach is based on one very important approach, that is participatory integrated planning framework. This integrated approach emphasizes the collaboration and the active participation of farmers in the planning process, allowing them to select their needs, preferences, and insights. By involving the farmers as active participants, we can co-develop strategies that are both practical and relevant to their specific context. This ensures that the solution we propose are rooted in local knowledge and experiences, leading to greater acceptance and implementation. Further, with the integrated approach that facilitates the ongoing dialogue between farmers, extension workers, researchers, and the development partners. Consequently, by aligning our extension services with farmers' unique needs, we promote the adoption of agroecological services practices while contributing to the overall soil health and fertility. That is paving the way for sustainable agricultural development in Ethiopia. As a result, we can build communities of practice where knowledge is shared, successes are celebrated, and the challenges are collectively addressed. Additionally, we recognize the importance of creating a vibrant soil input development and production, establishing efficient marketing system for soil input through private sectors, primary cooperative as one-stop shopping. Consequently, the Transform program ensures that farmers have access to high-quality soil inputs, which is crucial for productive farming. And we are dedicated to developing a robust environment where these soil inputs are readily available and accessible to farmers, even to the remote areas and to the last mile. We also place a strong emphasis on the connection between research and the practical application. By facilitating farmer-led action research, we can ensure that latest scientific insights are effectively integrated into the farming practices, empowering farmers with knowledge in the skills they need to succeed. Moreover, Transform program aims to cultivate the supportive environment for soil health and soil fertility management in our country. This involves engaging with policymakers, fostering community involvement, and promoting collaborative efforts that create a framework conducive to sustainable agricultural practices and economic development. Together, this effort will be advancing our mission by providing healthier and more productive agricultural landscape. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our goals are ambitious to enhance soil health, promote sustainable agricultural practices, empower farmers with knowledge and the skill necessary to improve crop and soil productivity. Thank you for joining the Transform program launching meeting and for your dedication to this important cause. Together, we make a meaningful difference in the lives of Ethiopian farmers and the future of the nation. I would like to extend my gratitude to the consortium, to the Transform Consortium partners for their very active involvement in the implementation of the program. These collaborative efforts include Wageningen Environment Research, whose expertise in agricultural and environmental research has been invaluable. World Soil Information, ISRIC, for their commitment to enhance soil data and promoting sustainable land management. SOS Sahel Ethiopia, whose grassroots initiative and the community engagement will play a crucial role in our efforts. Environment in the Coffee Forest Forum for their dedication to sustainable crop production and the land conservation. Further, Resilience BV, whose innovative approach to, to resilience building significantly contributing to our shared goals. I would also like to thank our national partners, the Ministry of Agriculture, Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research, Regional Bureau of Agriculture, and the Regional Agricultural Research Institute for their dedication to support the transforming program. As we move forward, let us embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead with determination and unity. Together, we can cultivate a future where soil health and agricultural productivity flourish hand in hand, ensuring food security and the prosperity of rural farmers. Excellencies, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for the government of the Netherlands and the European Union for their generously funding the Transform program. As outlined in the program, we have a lineup of distinguished speakers who will undoubtedly captivate your attention and provide valuable insights. I wind up my remarks here and I thank you. Next, may I kindly invite His Excellency Professor Iyasu Elias to deliver the opening remark and officially open the meeting. Professor, please.
Thank you very much for inviting me here today. Last time I was here again for the inception workshop, and it's always pleasing to meet all friends and to be amongst people who you are working for chart of your career. So I'm so happy today to be in the midst of you. Your Excellency, Henk van den President and CEO of the International Fertilizer Development Center. Your Excellency, Paula Schindler, Deputy Ambassador and Head of the Development Commission, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, with whom I'm very, very much familiar in my past career. Your Excellency, Mercedes Marine Lords, Senior Policy Officer at the European Union, Your Excellency, my friend, Ambassador Shifara Shukute, Commissioner of Ethiopian Cooperative Commission, my friend Dr. Sahel, Deputy Head of Amara Region and Bureau Head of Bureau of Agriculture, distinguished diplomats here present, honorable guests, Transform Consortium members, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Again, in English, I say good morning. It's with great honor and profound appreciation that I welcome you all to the launch of the Transform Soil Fertility Management Program Ethiopia. This occasion marks a significant milestone in our collective pursuits of sustainable, resilient, and prosperous agriculture future for Ethiopia and its people. It's both a privilege and a responsibility to stand before you today as we embark on this transformative journey together. The government of Ethiopia recognizes that culture is the backbone of our national economy, significantly influencing food security, employment, economic development. Our farmers, pastoralists, agribusiness, and central are central to this sector, and improving productivity and sustainability is a key priority in our policies and strategies. Yet, we confront serious challenges with soil degradation being one of the most urgent as the jeopardizes the very foundation of our cultural potential. Soil is not just the ground beneath our feet. It's rather a living, breathing ecosystem. And the lifeblood of our culture. Over time, however, Ethiopia's soils have experienced severe nutrient depletion, erosion, acidity, and salinity, leading to declining fertility, diminishing crop yields, and impoverishing livelihoods. Land mismanagement, overcultivation, overgrazing, deforestation, and all these things being enhanced by climate change have further exacerbated the problems, creating an urgent need for science-based, community-driven, and innovative solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the Transform Soil Fertility Management Program is more than just another good initiative. It's rather a bold and forward-thinking response to our challenge. It embodies a holistic approach to soil health, combining modern technologies with time-tested indigenous knowledge, integrating organic and inorganic soil management strategies, and fostering partnerships that span governments, research institutions, development partners, NGOs, and the private sector. The government of Ethiopia, I would like to highlight that it is prioritizing soil health. By the way, in our Prosperity Party and in the government circle, soil fertility has been center stage, at the center stage of discussions, debates, and I tell you why. Soil health and soil fertility management as a fundamental pillar for achieving national food sovereignty. Among the key issues that we are grappling with include soil acidity, acidity that is affecting over 7.5 million hectares of land of Ethiopia's conventionally high potential surplus producing areas that now suffer from acidity. The government of Ethiopia is therefore pretty much committed to extensive soil amendment initiative using various options, like being at the center and exploring many other options to amend this huge problem that we are grappling with. Number two, soil organic nutrient depletion. Because of our extractive form of cultivation, we are promoting very much more. Soil organic nutrient. This has to be reversed. For that, if to that effect, we are promoting vermicompost system, conservation agriculture, biofertilizers, of course, along the side of expanded use of mineral fertilizers. Without mineral fertilizers, we are not naive enough that will be combating nutrient depletion. Fertilizers mineral fertilizers are still the center of our nutrient management strategies. Soil erosion, the biggest problem that everybody quotes, that everybody talks about, and much of the landscape of Ethiopia, because of its topographic nature and management practices, is characterized by galish and eroded landscapes. And therefore, the government of Ethiopia has been mobilizing communities across all walks of life to dedicate time and effort up to 60 days. Voluntary labor is being provided annually for constructing structures that stop soil movement and capture water on the landscape and avoid eroding the landscape, and conservation structures, planting tree seedlings, green legacy being at the center stage of this effort. These efforts require strong partnership, as you would have thought. That is where the transform program gonna play a critical role. It has come to a no better time than now. A critical pillar of this initiative, I would have thought, Transform Program Consortium, which plays an instrumental role in advancing soil health and fertility management in Ethiopia. This collaborative effort leverages the strengths and expertise of national and international partners, integrating expertise in soil data management and processing, fertilizer distribution support tools, customized fertility extension services, development marketing of soil inputs, farmer-led actions. I'm sure within your comparative advantages, the consortium members are assisting Ethiopian government in these regards. Of course, without forgetting policy and institutional support and sustainable soil health management. By delineating specific roles and responsibilities, the Transform Concern team members can enhance accountability and ensure that interventions are tailored to the local needs and priorities. This approach fosters the effective implementation and sustainable use of agricultural practices, which will not only improve soil health, but also empowers local communities to achieve long-term food security. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Kingdom of the Netherlands Embassy and the European Union for their generous funding of the transport program in Ethiopia. Their commitment to our initiatives reflects a deep understanding of the challenge we face and shared vision of sustainable development. So for that reason, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ethiopian government, I extend my gratitude to you. Further, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to IFDC for your outstanding leadership, Mr. Henk, to transform program design and taking it to this far. Your expertise in advancing fertilizer innovations, soil health solutions, and sustainable agriculture is invaluable. Special recognition goes to Henk, Mr. Henk Van Doon, President and CEO of IFDC, for his unwavering commitment to transformative Ethiopia agenda, but also his love for Ethiopia. Thank you, Henk. To all our national and international partners, World Soil Information Center ISRIC, I see Andre down there. ASOS Sahel Ethiopia, I think my old friend Feyera is here. The Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research, I don't see Professor Nuguse, I see Dr. Deliva, and many more. Your contributions and the dedications and institutional bringing about lasting changes. Ladies and gentlemen, today is not just about launching a program. It's about igniting a movement a movement toward healthier soils, more resilient farming systems and communities, thriving agriculture sector, and prosperous nation Ethiopia. It's therefore about reaffirming our commitment to nurture the land that sustains our people and economy. It's my firm conviction that together we can implement the transform program, tackle the challenges that outlined ahead above, and seize the opportunity before us. Let us work hand in hand and continue that the soil fertility management practices we establish today will yield lasting benefits for our toiling farmers, communities, and the entire nation. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to all of you here present, and let us embrace this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and contribute towards a more sustainable and prosperous future of Ethiopian agriculture. With these remarks, I wish you a productive and effective deliberation. And I hereby declare that this launching meeting is officially open. I thank you.
A very good morning. I will be co-moderating with my colleague Caroline. I very much thank you, His Excellency Professor Yasu, for the warm welcome to this beautiful city of Addis Ababa and giving us a helicopter view of how this program is timely and relevant in the context of Ethiopia. And he is also told us how the government of Ethiopia is committed to act on the soil health challenges that the country has. So that shows us how the government is committed. And for the technical people, it shows us the political will is already there. We are not required to convince the government, but we are called for action. And the Transform program came at a very timely and relevant time. With this, allow me to stand on the already existing protocol and invite the President and Chief Executive Officer of the International Fertilizer Development Center to give us a keynote remark. Thank you, Hank. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, Honorable State Minister, Professor Yasu Elisa, Your Excellency, Deputy Ambassador of the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and Senior Policy Officer of the European Delegation. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Hank, as already mentioned by the Honorable Minister. Most of all, I remember my initial meetings with the Honorable Minister as the professor. And the reason why I mentioned today is all about soil health. And I will not repeat what the Honorable Minister already said about the ambitions of the program. Let me bring it back to a more continental level, because that's where the discussions were about. When the professor and I met in his room, his working room in the university, it's all about the Africa fertilizer soil health ambitions. The comprehensive Africa agriculture development, where we're entering the third year 10th action plan, which was signed in Kampala in January. Let me bring us back to the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit in Nairobi last May, because that's where the minister and I had major discussions about how Ethiopia could lead as an example in changing fertilizer and soil. We all know farmers on the continent, farmers in different regions in Africa, and especially here also in Ethiopia, are facing major challenges of degraded soils. The minister already mentioned a number of them. We're losing billions of nutrients a year due to the fact that due to climate change, soil degradation, deforestation, all the topics mentioned by the minister are directly impacting, negatively impacting farmers' capabilities to produce. And that's why a program like Transform is the backbone of the 10 years ambition of the African Union and all member states, Ethiopia leading, to implement a robust soil restoration program which addresses soil health from a perspective we never did. It started in 2021 when the UN Food Systems Summit finally addressed soil health as the missing middle. We always were active in promoting productivity, investing in new variety, new technologies, new inputs, or investing in processing and new techniques, but we never invested in restorations of soil and soil. So with the Africa Fertilizer Soil Health Ambition, with the clear ambition of Ethiopia, and of course, with the minister himself leading this ambition to restore soil, Transform is a major, major flagship in that endeavor. So for the coming 10 years, the roadmap is clear. We have to restore soil in a holistic way. So we have to take into account regenerative agriculture practices. We have to take into account agroecology to restore landscapes and to restore waterbeds. We have to increase organic matter in soils by bringing back organic matter which is now brought to the city by recycling that back to the farm. Farmers become the major stewards of landscape management. And it also means we have to bring back nutrients. Nutrients to contribute to growth of productivity, to become food sovereign. Ethiopia is a very good example on where we converted the Ethiopian government and the Ministry of Agriculture converted agriculture productivity in a powerhouse and becoming an exporter in the region, and we all know. But by bringing nutrients back to the farm, to ensure that plants are able to use those nutrients, we also have to look in topics like the minister already mentioned, acidity and salinity. Because we can add more nutrients to acidic soils, it doesn't bring anything. So soil restoration is key. Bringing back nutrients is key. And although I'm here, fertilizer for me is everything what is nutrient. It's mineral, it's organic, it's organominerals, and it's biostimulant. Because what I see is happening also here in Ethiopia, we have a lot of waste streams which we don't use, which we don't repurpose for the recirculation of nutrients back to the farm. And then you can think about organic waste in the market here in Hatters, right? We brought it from the farms here to the market, and then it's waste in the city. Why we don't bring that back to the farm? But it can also be products of other processes which would have major nutrients which are relevant for farm. That means you can also reduce your your agriculture import bills. And that's relevant for the Minister of Finance because importing nutrients is very expensive. By using the nutrients available in the country as fertilizer for the future, restoring your soil health, you're reducing your import bill, and you're promoting your recirculation and helping farmers to afford nutrients to grow more. That's the reason why we're here today. So taking it from the continental ambition, the next 10 years, in the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Summit Action Plan, contributing to the ambitions of the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Plan. Ethiopia is a leader in the National Agriculture Investment Plan on how to boost agriculture productivity and restore soil health. And that's why I'm pleased that with the support of the Netherlands Embassy, European delegation, the ministry, and all our national partners and consortium partners, this program can last for the coming 10 years to support Ethiopia to deliver the ambitions of the Africa Fertilizer Soil Summit Action Plan. Last but not least, I have to say something about these guys on the other side of the big lake, right? We know that the development world is changing. And that's why I'm very pleased to see that the Netherlands, European delegation, Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, many European donors, besides multilateral donors like World Bank, African Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, are stepping up and invest in soil health and soil health restoration to assure that productivity and sovereignty, food sovereignty on the continent are not only an ambition, but the real goal to achieve. And I'm pleased that with the Americans stepping away, the Europeans and the multilaterals are coming in, because that's where we need support. And the reason why I'm saying is that Transform is not the only flagship program on soil restoration IFDC and consortium members are implementing. We have a large-scale Dutch-funded program together with World Bank called Soil Values for the next 10 years, which contributes exactly to the same ambition as I just said, contributing to help national governments to implement the ambition of the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Action Plan and the Common Africa Agriculture Development Plan for the next 10 years. I wish you very good deliberations, but most of all, as the Honorable President Minister already said, this is the launch of a movement to contribute to agriculture productivity, most of all, to restore Ethiopian degraded soils. I thank you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henk, for the very profound remarks on Ethiopia being the backbone of the implementation of the AU Fertilizer and Soil Health Action Plan. And thank you so much for also talking, stressing on the missing middle, that is soil health, and why we need to bring back nutrients to the soil through different practices such as regenerative agriculture and even agroecological practices. I don't want to speak much. I don't want to dilute the very insightful remarks you've made. So without further ado, allow me to welcome Paula Schindler. She's the Deputy Ambassador and Head of Development Cooperation at the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
And then good morning to you all. Honorable Minister Yasser Elias, Your Excellency Henk van Duin, Your Excellency Mercedes, also Your Excellency Chief Ambassador and Commissioner Shifra, and also I'm very happy to see you, Mr. Darish Sahida, the head of Agricultural Bureau of Mahara and Vice President. So I'm very happy to see you all as excellencies, esteemed partners, and all friends of this important program, Transform. And it's really a true pleasure to be here today to celebrate this launch because, well, actually have heard already so many reasons why we're happy to celebrate this launch and the importance of this important program. But let me, in my reflections, zoom out a bit again on the why. Why we as the Netherlands find this very important to contribute to this very important program. Because zooming out, as you may know, the Netherlands and Ethiopia are very strong partners for many, many years. Actually, next year we celebrate 100 years of trade relations already, which is a different subject, but still it shows our long-term commitment here in this country. And we work together in many different areas: trade, investment, health, water, food and nutrition security. And we do that through contributing through many different national programs, achieving so much already in this country, such as PSMP, One Wash, SGPF for Health, EFSRP, HEIC, and I can even add a lot of other beautiful abbreviations. But those abbreviations stand for impact in this country. And the Netherlands here in Ethiopia is also still the largest EU investor in Ethiopia. We're very proud that we have around 100 Dutch companies that are active in this country. And collectively, they employ thousands of Ethiopians. And many of them, not surprisingly, are active in agriculture and horticulture, as the Netherlands is currently the second largest exporter of agricultural products globally. And we're quite a small country. But we have secured this global position because of accumulated knowledge in horticulture, crops, irrigation, dairy, and more. And it's all about in exchanging this expertise with that of Ethiopia's indigenous agriculture techniques. And because of that exchange, both our countries are benefiting. And that's why we always like to support initiatives that are really aligned well with the Dutch priorities as well as the Ethiopian priorities. And I believe that Transform is a perfect example of that. Because the Dutch government really prioritizes food security and land rehabilitation. And as we have all heard already this morning, addressing soil acidity is really critical for enhancing food security and economic development in Ethiopia. Unfortunately, as I've seen myself in many different areas that I visited in this country, soil health and fertility are still deteriorating, with soil acidity and salinity, low organic matter content, nutrition losses, and continuous erosion as major symptoms of continued land degradation. And then, as it was also Your Excellency Henk van Duin mentioned, Transform really aligns with those important Ethiopian policy priorities, such as, and I mentioned a few, perhaps it's not entirely complete, but just to mention how it integrates in other policies. It's part of the soil health and fertility improvement strategy with the climate resilient green economy, crop and livestock sector pillar, but also the homegrown economic reform agendas for agriculture, climate change, and environment sector. So it all comes together. And Transform will focus on mobilizing and empowering smallholder farmers and its communities, including women and youth. I just want to stress, including women and youth. To really take responsibility and ownership in becoming better stewards of the land and its natural resources. Because in the face of the climate change that is really hitting so many communities, imagine the impact if every single small farmer will integrate soil health conservation into their daily agriculture practices that will enhance resilience, especially also in relation to extreme weather events. I really believe that the result could be a vast, sustainable transformation across the country. Because if combined, all these efforts will enhance soil health across millions and millions of hectares. And again, this is needed, as you have already heard. We also know that this will not happen overnight, and it does require a very strong enabling environment. And that's why we're also so much happy again with your leadership, Minister, because you need that strong enabling environment to achieve it. But besides that, Transform will also work on the private sector to ensure really that there is an actual supply of variety of good quality soil inputs. You need that for that sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability, I mentioned it. It is for us as the Netherlands really an utmost concern because what we do here together with all of you, we want really to make sure that the program is not only effective, but really with a long lasting impact, not just for the period of the program. So, because we believe that sustainability and long term impact will eventually reduce soil degradation and acidity and effectively address the impacts of climate change. To achieve this, and again, I'm so happy to see all of you here today because that shows the variety of partners that we need. But the project implementing partner IFDC will work very closely with a variety of partners. Of course, the Ministry of Agriculture, local government, regional government, and many other stakeholders. And again, including the private sector. Because we believe that at the end of the day, we should be able to step back and leave it over to all of you, the Ethiopian government institutions, in close cooperation with the private sector. Before I conclude, let me also say that we're very excited and grateful to work together with the contribution of the delegation of the European Union to this program, because Netherlands and EU, we really are committed to really making even greater contributions to Ethiopia's food systems. To really conclude, this program, Transform, really represents a significant milestone in our collective efforts to strengthen smallholder farmers' prospects, improve food and nutrition security, and eventually reduce poverty. Because healthy soil is the foundation of sustainable agriculture. I think we will even know that more after we leave today. Healthy soil is the foundation of sustainable agriculture. And we have a win-win opportunity for our farmers and the planet by uplifting lives while safeguarding against the challenges of climate change. We can indeed make that positive impact on the lives of many Ethiopians, and therefore I wish you all as partners lots and lots of success with the implementation of Transform. You will face obstacles, but you can, and we count on you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Paula. Wow. Thank you for reminding us that healthy soil is the foundation of food security and to address, to make sure that we are food secure as a country, as a continent, the whole world. We need to start from the ground, that is the soil, all the way up. Thank you also for reminding us that smallholder farmers, and especially women and even the youth, are very key in being the stewards of soil health and fertility, and we need to work closely with them to make sure that we have lasting and sustainable impact. Wow, thank you so much for those very eye-opening remarks. And moving forward, I have the pleasure of introducing Mercedes Marine Notice, the Senior Policy Officer for the European Union, for her remarks. Thank you.
So His Excellent Professor Iyasu Elias, State Minister of Agriculture,
Paula Schlichter, and Mr. Henk van Daun, CEO of the International Fertilizer Development Center, His Excellency Derese Sahilu, Vice President of the Amara Regional Bureau of Agriculture, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be here today for the launch of this important initiative, Transforming Soil Fertility Management in Ethiopia project. As we know, and it has been repeated several times this morning, soil fertility loss often driven by soil erosion, overcultivation, deforestation, and inappropriate use of fertilizers is a significant concern for Ethiopia. And it adversely impacts agricultural productivity, food security, and overall economic stability. Research indicates that soil fertility loss can lead to a decline in agricultural production ranging between 1% and 2% of hectares per year. A study from the Ethiopian Economics Association indicates that soil degradation costs the country about 1.2 billion US dollars per year due to the decline in agricultural productivity. So this is very serious concern, as we have said. Agriculture is a key pillar of the Ethiopian economy, so therefore it is highly essential to reverse this trend through various measures, and one very important one is through integrated soil fertility management. Promoting also soil fertility management is a critical aspect of the European Union agricultural and rural development strategy, and is very much in accordance with Ethiopia's 10-year development plan and other policies, as Professor Iyasu has pointed out. Hence, in this project we are launching today, I think is a demonstration of the European Union commitment to realizing its own priorities and strategies, but also cooperating with the government of Ethiopia in implementing its policies. We are also very pleased of the partnerships we have established with both the Netherlands and the government of Ethiopia. And with the Netherlands, we are working on several projects, so all these on agri-food systems, and this is not the only one. So I'm very happy that we have a very good cooperation. And also, I think through this project, we are bringing expertise, experiences, and resources that will contribute to the success of this intervention, and with Ethiopia measures effort to meet in food security. So I would like to thank to all our partners and also your attention, and I don't have anything else to ask. I just wish very successful deliberations. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mercedes. It's very shocking to learn that soil land degradation and loss of soil fertility costs us $1.2 billion every year. So I think that's a call for action to all of us, because it's very urgent that we work on soil health, because that is where our livelihoods rely on. And definitely, thank you so much, Mercedes, again for also reminding us that we need to work collaboratively together, even as the Transform program, so that we can improve the status of soil health in Ethiopia. Next on the program, we will have an overview of the Transform program, and that will be led by the Transform program Deputy Director, Mr. Fayisa.
Okay, thank you, Carol. So at this point, to efficiently utilize our time until Faisal sets his presentation, I kindly ask our delegates to leave the stage, and my colleagues will arrange their seats. Thank you so much. Peace out. So we'll use the time to know who is in the role. To do this, yes. Okay. So we'll use this time to introduce who is who in this room, and we'll quickly put names on the face. So I have a list of 40 plus organizations who are represented in this room. Without in no particular order, I will call upon the organizations, and individuals representing the organization will all stand, and I will take one representative to tell us the names and responsibilities of the representatives from that organization. So I will start ESCO, SCCO. Dr. Tolosa will help me which organization this one is. SCSO,
Agency for Civil Society Organization. Agency from Civil Society Organization. Oh, not here, not show up. Act Church of Sweden. Act Church of Sweden. Alan and Gilly Gray. Yeah. Then Arari. Thank you.
I will quickly give you the mic. You will introduce yourself and what your responsibility is.
Good morning, all. My name is Asmara Dejan. I'm Director General of Amhara Agricultural Research Institute.
Thank you for coming. And next one. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Andres, head of our National State Agriculture Bureau.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Jimdo. I'm a senior director and a member of senior management group at ATI, previously known as ATI.
I will take my other hat. So, like I introduced, my name is James Rashkitacho. I am supporting the African Union in the implementation of the African Fertilizer and Soil Health Action Plan. And really a pleasure to see one of the instruments that we are having the launching program today to implement the Continental Action Plan. And I really look forward. Thank you very much. Looks like we don't have. Thank you. We proceed.
Good morning. My name is Shushan. I'm the country director for POP in Base of the Pyramid Innovation Center. I'm really glad that I'm part of this transformational event.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sergei Harapa from Central Ethiopia Agricultural Research Institute. I am serving as Director General of Food Institute.
Well,
Or my name is Malak Wafa from Central Ethiopia Region Agriculture Bureau, duty here in the Natural Resource Department here.
come.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Tesfaye Sida. I am an agronomist at CIMIT.
Welcome.
Morning, this is Firman Hussein. I came from Ethiopian Agricultural Authority, and our authority is concerned with the regulatory activities of agricultural goods and products. I am a delegate for fertilizer certification and register.
Welcome, sir. Okay.
Environment and the copy for people.
Okay, good morning. My name is Tapesol Damara. I'm Executive Director of Environmental Workforce Forum. And as it was introduced by Dr. Teresa, we are engaging with just integrated development, natural resource management, soil fertility, and thank you for the opportunity. And we are partner, implementing partner of the project.
Good morning. My name is Noor Magusto. I came from organic fertilizer for Fertility. But we not products what we have eco-green by trade and then it's a wonderful opportunity for us rather than dwelling or dependent on chemical fertilizers. I have given all the opportunity to give emphasis for organic fertilizers. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Sede Chasa. I am agronomist and plant nutritionist by profession. I came from the Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research. I'm the Director General of the Institute. I've got two more colleagues here with me. They will introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. I am Steve Salem from the Institute of Agricultural Research. I coordinate the soil research happening.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fertility. We are as associate in the Deputy Director of Research.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Hannah Hai. I'm working at the Netherlands Embassy as coordinator for the Food Nutrition Security, Water and Climate team. Let me introduce my colleagues. Of course, Paula, who was giving the keynote earlier, head of cooperation. We have Arsama, she is our gender and women's equality specialist. We have Tsegai from the control unit, and my colleague Senait on climate and food systems.
Invited ambassador to the
Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Damian from the Switzerland. We are working for the global program food system. Now we health and food. So we are very much interested in
this project, we also finance a small project with another organization, GPGI, on combating soil acidity in Ethiopia. And then it would be very good to have a collaboration with things. Thank you.
Thank you, dedication.
Environmental portfolios. I am also a backup for climate change. I am also a focal person for transport. Yeah, thank you.
Was it? We all stand up, including Hank.
Good morning. My name is Addis Teshome. I'm the country director of IFDC in Ethiopia. Let me introduce the whole IFDC team here. Where do I start? You are the last. Ababa, Neil, manager for Transform. Ashanafi, component lead Transform. Taka, component lead Transform, of course, also to scale. Fayisa, deputy director Transform. Our new member there. Sorry, she has to introduce herself because she's joining us again.
Thank you so much, Addis. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Marta Ilma. I am a consultant on agribusiness under TOSCARE. Thank you so much.
We have Waynishet, finance. Caroline, do you need to be introduced? No. Johannes, our procurement and office coordinator. Girmish over there, component lead, Transform. Yemsrat, you have already introduced yourself as part of your AU, but you still are IFC. Dr. Tolosa had already introduced himself. Hank is already introduced. So thank you. Have I missed? Oh.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wilson Leonardo. I'm based in Mozambique. I'm a senior scientist for IFC, quite a technical desktop to transform project. Thank you.
Okay, two more coming now. Alex, our finance. Mahari, our security advisor.
Thank you, Addis.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is André Kooijman from the Swedish World Soil Information in Wageningen, Netherlands. Let me also introduce my colleague Laura Laros. We are both working on the Transform project. I'm happy to do so. So looking forward to collaborating with all of you. Thank you.
Larsha. Okay.
Thank you. I am Gita Agarwal from Ministry of Agriculture. I work for soil health and fertility improvement. I'm head of the DIG. I am disseminating the technology which is approved and validated by research institutes. I have also another colleague here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Kaflu, working for Ministry of Agriculture as head of Soil Survey and Market Division. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tava Jovi from Oromia Agricultural Research Institute, working as Director for Crops Research.
Good morning. My name is Hailu Araya, working in PLM Ethiopia, Participatory Ecological Land Use Management, part of the Africa Group, which is in 15 countries. And I am the director. And we promote highly soil health, and working with Ministry of Agriculture is our proud part. And AIAR, Ethiopian Biodiversity Institute. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joep van den Broek, General Manager of Resilience. I'm here together with Steph van Steenhoven. We are involved in especially component 2, component 4 of the program, supporting local SMEs to produce soil input products. Thank you.
Dear everyone, my name is Fikar Chala. I am from Sasaka Africa Association. I am program officer.
Good morning. I'm Yetinay Firmo, Director of Programs and Agri-Food Sector Lead, and happy to join the launching workshop. It's nice.
Good morning. I'm Tom Kasa, Program Manager for SOSL Ethiopia. We are really happy to be part of this consortium to implement transform soil fertility management in Ethiopia. My colleague is here, Akalan Momsa. He's the program manager responsible for the transform program. Ato Getachew Shetye, he's our business development and program quality assurance manager. And Wendimu Kusa, he's the program project manager, who will be based in Asala for transform program. Thank you.
Yes, very good morning. My name is Aap Kessler from Marketing and Environmental Research. We are mainly supporting component 1. You all have found in your this nice leaflet with the big tree, as we call it. I will not explain everything, but we support component 1, especially with the participatory integrated planning approach. You will still hear a lot about this approach because we are testing it in Ethiopia. We try to reach 100,000 farmers and transform them into stewards, motivated stewards of their land. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is David Alamu, country rep for Bargaining and Research Ethiopia. We are really glad that we are consortium member of this program. And I'm here with Theodros, who will be managing the part that will be responsible. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. My name is Niku Seifa. I'm Kavis representative in Ethiopia with roots in African countries.
We invited all the about 21 or people that I did. I mean, did you show up? Think so, right?
Almost 35.
Next time,
Yes,
next time they will be.
sure, if we deliver value. But at this point, we have to check whether we have left out participants who have not introduced themselves. Yes, I have one.
Good morning, Stephen Donaldson, Global Green Growth Institute, which was mentioned earlier as GGGI. We are a intergovernmental organization, about 50 developing nations, and we are implementers of several soil fertility projects, including here in Ethiopia.
And street.
I'm Gurmat Adisa from Eco Green. Yeah, liquid fertilizer policy. I work on research and development. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jeremy Cordingley, CEO of Crop Nutrition Services, Crop Nuts, private sector soil testing lab for the past 27 years across Africa. So we work with private public sector partners to scale up soil testing and soil health diagnostics. So you can't manage what you don't measure. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Most welcome. I think we have seen how rich we are in this room in terms of contributions for the soil. Do we know how much of food that we are eating coming from the soil?
She gave me the mic by chance, actually. Is it? Okay. I think almost all food we eat comes from the soil, but I'm not sure fish products come from the soil. So the majority come from the soil. So soil is life. Life is also, of course, soil. So that's it.
Yes, so researchers say 95% of our food comes from the soil. And we are also from the soil. We live on it and we return back to the soil. So we shall take care of our soil for our own sake. So with this, I want to give the floor to Faisa to take us through what the Transform program. Okay, Faisa.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Alice, for introducing me. I will provide a brief presentation on Transform program. These are my contents, background, general and specific objectives, strategic approach, components of the program, intervention logic, theory of change, cross-cutting dimensions, and implementation phases. When I go to the program, as we all heard, Ethiopia's government established an ambitious plan prioritizing agriculture as a key driver of economic development. This plan is to increase annual crop production by 60% from 2021 to 2030. In this plan, soil fertility management is a key priority, as we heard from the keynote speakers. Productivity has been increased by supplying fertilizers, quality seeds, and training producers. Despite of this effort, the yield gap is still huge in Ethiopia. Significant factors for this yield gap is that soil health and fertility are deteriorating due to soil acidity and salinity, low organic matter content, nutrient depletion, and erosion. So the Transform program was proposed to address these issues, and this program contributes directly to the government of Ethiopia's plan goal and the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. The general objective of this program is to transform 65,000 hectares of farmland to sustainable use, enhance the sustainable productivity of 100,000 small-scale food producers, uplift local partners by strengthening their knowledge and implementation capacity. The specific objectives are design or empower small-scale producers and the communities
to be stewards of their soil, establish a vibrant and functional soil ecosystems through engaging the private sector, implement inclusive bottom-up participatory approach to soil health and fertility management, and adopt an integrated holistic approach to coordinate soil health and fertility management. When I come to the strategic approach, the Transform program aims at transforming the soil fertility management in Ethiopia through participatory integrated planning, the PIP approach, customizing extension service and empowering farmer households to be stewards of their soil, improve availability and accessibility of soil inputs, implement ISFM, integrated soil fertility management practices to increase yields and maximize land, water, and the nutrient use efficiency, and also promoting an enabling environment. So the intervention areas are Amara, the Central Ethiopia and Oromia regional states from 2025 to 2028. These are the components of the program: customizing extension services and empowering farmer households and communities, building a vibrant sector for soil inputs, strengthening linkage between research and extensions through farmer-led action research, promoting an enabling environment for soil health and fertility. This is a intervention logic. The component one, which is customized extension service and empower farmer households, create a demand for soil health input, for soil input and for soil technologies through extension and adoption. And the component two, which is a vibrant soil input sector, fulfills the demand by supplying the soil inputs and technologies through increasing availability, accessibility of soil inputs. And the component three, which is strengthening linkage between soil and extension, between extension and the research, so farmer-led action research on soil health and fertility, analyzes and improves the demand and also the supply of the demand through participatory action research. The component promote an enabling environment for soil health and fertility, creates an enabling environment that the three components, component 1, 2, and 3, go in harmony and in synergy through sector coordination. This is the intervention logic. When I come to the theory of change, these are the four components are intervention areas, and each component has its own output. For example, component 1 outputs are participatory, bottom-up, and gender-inclusive extension services, and collective action of small-scale producers to restore and conserve soil health and fertility. And outputs from component 2 is a wider variety of soil inputs produced by private sector and small-scale entrepreneurs. And small-scale producers access and use these soil inputs for restoration and preservation of soil health and fertility. The output from component 3 is strengthened data use and evidence-based by beneficiaries, and participatory farmer-led action research based on needs of small-scale producers. And the output from component 4 is a variety of soil inputs registered for import and distribution, evidence-based for policy analysis and regulatory support provided, and information, data, and experiences shared on soil health and fertility. So, and again, each of these components has their own outcomes. The outcome from component 1 is more resilient and empower small-scale producers to be stewards of their soils. The outcome from component 2 is a vibrant and a functional soil input system through private sector involvement. And the outcome from component 3 and component 4 are an integrated and holistic approach or stakeholders to coordinate the soil health and fertility management. And again, these are the impacts from the components. The impacts are 65,000 hectares of farmland is converted to sustainable use, and 100,000 small-scale producers and their farmlands become more resilient shocks, and systemic uplift and transformation of local partners with strengthened knowledge and implementation capacity for soil and fertility management. So all these leads us to our goal of small-scale food producers in Amara, Central Ethiopia, and Oromia regional states sustainably manage soil health and fertility for the resilient farming systems. So these are our theories. When I come to the cross-cutting dimensions, the following cross-cutting dimensions will guide Transform's approach. The Transform program is gender and use intentional. So in our activities, we plan to include 30% youth and 30% female in our implementation. And this transport program is also sensitive to conflict. Regarding the localization approach, we have the local partners to be as the grassroots implementers of this program with a minimum support from the international expertise. And all our activities are aligned to climate change and adaptation and mitigation. And also, we will be guided by innovations. We have the participatory integrated planning approach as an innovation, in the private sector involvement in soil input production and distribution, and also the farming-based action research is also the innovation of this program. And also we collaborate with national programs and the projects. When I come to implementation phases, we have three phases of implementation: the inception phase, the intensive phase, and scaling phase are there. In the inception phase, what we do is establishing partnerships, baseline assessments, private sector involvement, paid planning, and sector coordination. In the intensive phase, we implement the peak training at each level, development of business cases for soil input production and distribution, production and marketing focus, capacity building in farmer-led action research, establishment of soil health platforms are all will be done in intensive phase. In the scaling phase, utilizing lessons learned during the intensive phase, guide a new implementation. The people approach will scale to other waradas, facilitating joint action at watershed level, organizing exchange visits, ongoing coaching will also support the DS to continue these activities. These are our consulting partners. The IFDC is a new partner, and easily is there, what Indian University and research is there. Ethiopian Coffee Forum is there, Swiss Sahel. And this program is funded by the Kingdom of the Netherlands and the European Union. And also we have national partners, AI and the Ministry of Agriculture. And thank you.
Thank you, Faisal, for the brief overview of what the Transform program is bringing into action and practice on soils through the engagement of the local partners and the private actors, especially on organic matter and organic fertilizers. At this point, I will allow two critical questions if you have for Faisal to provide clarity. The floor is open for any addition, questions, suggestions. Yes, Faisal, you have done a very good job The Transform program is very clear, and this is a time why we are here. We're going to celebrate the launching of Transform program. I want to invite to the stage Hank, the host of this program, to the stage. Thank you, Hank. And Paula. Yes, thank you very much. Mercedes, thank you. Your Excellency, Dr. Daras, to the podium kindly. And my own professor, Nebusai. Yes. Thank you very much. I have to confirm one issue. Yes, we want to have a representative from the Ministry of Agriculture, as we don't have the state minister. I'm asking Navigator to join the podium. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, thanks. You know it. Now, we invite your colleagues on the stage to show us how we're going to celebrate this fascinating program. Yes, that is your time. This is celebration. Yes, we are so excited to launch a very relevant project in this important time. Yes, that is the logo of Transform program. Thank you very much. Let's join our hands to change the soils in Ethiopia. Thank you all. Thank you all joining us in celebrating Transform. I thank you all. Yeah, so we all the stage and take this memorable picture together. Right now. Take them. So we're going to take a group photo. So I want you all to stand here to join at the back. And show a celebration performance. Show a celebration. Yes, a big one. We go celebrate the children. It's not eating clothes. Yes. You need to celebrate. You put it on in front of the picture. That's great. It's right. You're gonna come good tonight. Let's celebrate. Some small smile on your face. You can celebrate. Great. It's all right. Thank you all very much. Let's go to children. and continue the very wonderful supporting.
event, and we are. It's good to know that the Transform initiative is encouraging collaboration between the different players in the sector. So, welcome again to the second session of this event, where we move into intense discussions. We'll have two panel discussions from the consortium partners and also from the bureaus of agriculture from the different regions. And moderating this session will be my co-moderator, Yamis Fresh, who I will invite right now to continue with the session. Welcome, Yamis Fresh.
Thank you. I can see how people are interested continue the networking and how this launching event created the opportunity for people to network more. That's really interesting to see. And we have a newcomers who joined us. And I want to take some few minutes to introduce the newcomers for us not to feel strange who is sitting next to us. So I want to invite a representative from GIZ, and Dr. Tolosa would like to punish for this.
Thank you so much for noticing that. I really ask a big apology for my late coming because I was an appointment in the embassy in the youth at 7, and then I was flexible, so I will come at 3 at 9, no problem. But it was taking very long time. I don't wanted to miss this project launching because I was part of the preparation. I'm not part, but I was contributing a lot towards that. And I'm from Jazz, as we mentioned. My name is Dabala Barsisa. Currently, I'm managing integrated soil fertility management project, which is similar with this project. Yeah, thanks so much.
We hope it will highly complement with Transform. And thank you making the time to join us. Though Dr. Tolosa is interested, not accept your apologies. So I will give the mic to Brooke. He will quickly introduce to us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Good morning to you all. My name is Brooke. I represent an organization called Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropies. And we mostly work on young people's talent development and entrepreneurship incubation. We have a number of startups that we have incubated and are currently working on soil and other interventions across the value chain of agriculture. Thank you very much, and I'm ready to be punished.
Yes, but we can't afford to punish a guy who is taking care of our future generation, supporting the startups. Yes, thank you very much. And we have also a representative from DMGR. Yes.
Hi everyone. Yahya Hassan, Senior Officer for the Gates Foundation, covering agriculture development, so crops and livestock. Very interested in soil health and fertility, so looking forward to working with you.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Although you missed the opportunity to know who are in this room, find your time to see people in the room who are coming from the different embassies, the Ministry of Agriculture, regional research institutes, bureaus of agriculture from the 3 regions that the program is going to work on, and different development partners. Thank you very much. At this point, I want to invite my panelists to come to the podium and give us a bit of highlight on what they're going to bring and complement each other to deliver the Transform program going forward. So I will invite the consortium lead and the program director of Transform program to the podium, Dr. Tolosa Dabela. Join me in applauding him. Thank you. I want to also invite the project manager and the co-strategic leader from the Stitching Work and Research Ethiopia to join the panel discussion, Dr. Theodros Tafera. Thank you. I have also the pleasure to invite the coordinator of SLM program at ISRIC, who ISRIC is a Wellness Soil Information Organization, that is Mr. Andre Koyman. Yeah, thank you. Then we have also the executive director from the Ethiopian Coffee Forest Forum, Dr. Tadessa Waldamaria. Thank you for coming. And finally, I want to invite also the program manager of SOS Sahel, representing Mr. Fayera Abdi, the executive director, Mr. Tawaga Kasa, to join the panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you so much. So at this point, we have already came to know what Transform is bringing in terms of soil fertility management in Ethiopia. And I want to ask Dr. Tolosa, what can Transform program do different in terms of transforming soil fertility in Ethiopia, building on the initiatives and programs so far implemented to improve soil fertility in Ethiopia? Dr. Tolosa, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In Transform, we are building on the previous initiatives. Actually, when we strictly examine the previous soil health and fertility management in Ethiopia, even though it is doing well, there are also limitations. One of the previous limitations is the top-up approach of implementing soil health fertility. In that case, the fertilizer, the farmers were receiving the packages, different soil fertility management packages for implementation. One of the limitations there is the farmers are not adequately involved in the planning. That is why the previous upgrade were really a short relief, even though it is solving the problem, but not adequately covered the soil health and the fertility management program. That is why the Transform program works. In Transform, we do differently. What differently we are doing is, in Transform, all our approach is bottom-up approach. We give the priority to farmers, to the households, to the communities. Let them understand the challenges they have. Let also they involve in the solution. That is the active participation of the farmers, making the Transform program implementation a context specific, according to individual farmers' need, individual communities' need.
Thank you, Dr. Tolosa, for that brief presentation of what is unique about the Transform program and how Transform program is going to build on existing development initiatives in the soil health agenda and making it more context specific. But at this point, I want to invite you also to highlight us on the key strategies that Transform will be following to deliver these different strategies that you are going to implement to empower smallholder farmers and change the narrative on the soil health status of the country.
Thank you. In Transform, we devised a very strong strategy. One of the strategies we are implementing is participatory integrated. This approach is really involving farmers to the grassroots level and also enabling farmers to become empowering farmers to take ownership of their land. The farmers feel that from not only beneficiaries, but also the farmers will come as the leaders in the management of soil health and the fertility management. This is one strategy we have. The other strategy is the holistic approach. When I say a holistic approach, in order to solve the current situation of the Ethiopian soils, integrated all aspects, particularly integrated soil fertility management is very crucial. In the past, our farmers were relying on inorganic fertilizers mostly, but the integration wasn't there. In the Transform, we developed soil input, the organic fertilizers commercialized that will be used in combination with the inorganic fertilizer. The other strategy we have, as I said, is motivation and also enabling farmers to become involving in restoring their landscapes. These are the three major approach strategies we are following: the integrated approach, the holistic approach, and the motivation of farmers, and also mobilization of the farmers to implement the soil health restoration plan.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tolosa, for that insightful presentation of the strong strategies that Transform is going to use in its implementation. I want to build on the first strategy that Transform is employing, which is a participatory integrated planning approach, which stating what Wageningen University Research Ethiopia is leading that approach in the consortium. Dr. Tedros, I want to get your reflection on how this approach of the participatory integrated planning approach can enhance farmers' engagement and empower them to be the leader of their own land. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. The integrated farm planning approach, we call it P, is a very important participatory approach to empower smallholder farmers and also the agency of marginalized segment of the community, particularly the youth and women. How we do it, we expect that mindset change is very important. We can't do business as usual. Transform is a different project, a different approach will be employed. We have 3 important principles to build the empowerment of our smallholder farmers. The first one is we want to capitalize and foster intrinsic motivation of the farmers. So what we do is based on their needs, based on their priorities, and based on aspiration and vision. Second, we want to enhance their stewardship to land and natural resources. They have to feel ownership
to the land they keep, the resources they use. And the third is we want to build their resilience to climate change, resilience to various shocks. So the PIPA approach is different in a sense that we facilitate change at scale. Most projects are either capitalized on householders or community, but the PIPA approach is working at a different scale. We work at household level, we work at community level, and we work at landscape level. So it is facilitating change at scale. Third, we facilitate co-creation of knowledge. It is not about transfer of knowledge. It is about co-creation of knowledge with farmers, with partners, with private sectors. So we want to co-create knowledge. This is a different paradigm than other projects because you know that the most of the paradigm we had is research generate knowledge, extension transfer knowledge, farmers receive knowledge. No, that is not the case in transport. Knowledge is transformed, created through the co-creation process. That is also another important addition of transport. The third one, and the most big one is, you know that our extension system is a supply-driven extension, where the package are pushed to the farmers. Now transport is changing that into demand-driven extension, where the farmers, through participatory approach, through bottom-up approach, where their need is addressed. So we want to transform the extension into customized and also tailor-made one. I invite you to read this because the core of the PIPA approach is already there. What is the principle and how we do? As I mentioned, we want to bring change at scale. And if you see the fundamental core, empowerment is the most important element of the PIPA approach. We enhance collaboration. We want to foster collaboration and we want to integration. The holistic, the system approach Dr. Tolosa mentioned is not only integration at farm level, but the institutional collaboration, the institutional partnership also is very important.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Theodros. That's really, for me, heartwarming because the program is focusing on the missing links that we have in the existing program and mainly building on filling the gaps and challenging the status quo in terms of shifting the paradigm from I know it for you to you know for yourself. Thank you for that, Dr. Theodros. So I would also to have your reflection on now for soil health restoration. The approach going forward promoted is the integrated soil fertility management. And what can you bring different in terms of promoting ISFM in the soil restoration journey movement in Ethiopia? Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to share a bit of our experience as SWR Ethiopia. We say we have to feed the soil to feed the plant, and we have to feed the plant to feed the people. So this three interaction is critical. We are not there, to feed the plant only. We have to care of the soil. Soil is a living entity. So the soil health agenda is the core of our initiative, and we are very happy Transform is built on that core issues. So one of our capacity is, as I mentioned earlier, is not to push, a finished technology. We believe on co-creation of knowledge and co-creation of innovation. So testing, validation of innovation is a very important agenda. Second, we believe on sharing of knowledge
and also evidence documentation. Evidence is very important to influence policy. Evidence is very important to build scaling capacity. So this evidence generation is another experience we have, we want to build on. We believe that chemical fertilizer is not the only solution, or organic fertilizer is not the only solution. So we have to bring a basket of options to our farmers. The integrated use of soil fertility management is a very important solution for Ethiopia. We need to feed millions of mouths. We have to produce more. So all this integrated approach and a basket of solution is what we want to push with our consortium members in this program.
Thank you so much, Dr. Theodros. That's really insightful. Transform is going to provide a basket of solution for the complex challenges that our smallholder farmers are facing on the ground to receive validated innovations for the complex challenges that they are facing, and generating evidence to advise policymakers and to have policies which are evidence-based is what Dr. Theodros has shared us. Thank you for that insightful submission. At this point, I want to take also the uniqueness of the program, which is a context specificity. So Transform is going to provide context-specific solutions for smallholder farmers. That one requires to have comprehensive data and information. And we have here Andre, who is a representative from ISRIC, and we all know ISRIC is a global leader in terms of soil information and primary custodian of soil data. So how does ISRIC presents its wealth of expertise, wisdom to help farmers receive context-specific solutions that can provide sustainable solution for their challenge? 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you for this important question. It's a difficult one to answer in a very short time that we still have. I will make an attempt. Transform is interesting for us, for ISRIC as a global organization, because it is downscaling, going to the local level. One of the principles we have seen in development cooperation, in development projects, agricultural transformation, is that any information that is needed to improve these processes has to be owned by national partners, but also be owned by those who make decisions based on that information. And that means that has been a challenge for us to see how can we best respond to these challenges. 2 points have evaporated from our collaboration that are important to Transform as well, that follow the principles that come out of this. Ownership of the soil data is what we are first looking at. And one of the components we are supporting in Transform project is NISIS, as it's called, the National Soil Information System for Ethiopia, which is a national soil information system that not just hosts and develops databases of soil characteristics in the country, but also makes sure that the capacity of Ministry of Agriculture is developed to long-term beyond even the implementation of projects to host these systems and to manage them independently. So our role in NISIS is not to initiate, because the initiation of that NISIS has been done by the Ministry of Agriculture a long time ago. I want to acknowledge the efforts of Kiflu and Ashinafi, who've been instrumental on doing this with SASU, the Ministry of Agriculture. We are coming in to support that process, to bring in our lessons learned from other projects related to national soil information systems, for instance, projects that have been supported by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in Rwanda and in other countries, but also to bring in the issues around the embedding and the institutional environment for doing so. So this is what we can bring on the table for the national soil information system. Your question went further. How can the people on the ground, farmers, land managers, use that information? That's not so simple. Farmers in a village, in Kabela, Wordela level, in catchments, have information needs that extend beyond additional map of the soil of Ethiopia at the scale of 1 million or smaller. So how are we going to develop information products that are tailored to the needs of the people on the ground? We have made avenues on defining those products. For us, it's important to note that we develop the link creating impact between the information sources, information sources related to but also broader than soil, not just the soil is important there, but also crop information is important. So there are multiple teams that we are investing. I'd like to mention also an initiative that we are undertaking with EIR at the moment, the development of the information hub through the EU and the Dutch government, the Zero project, that is developing an information hub that brings together information from different teams in a format that it can be used by professionals and users for developing advisories. And these advisories are then supposed to be rolled out in the extension system. Looking on to what my neighbor was just mentioning on the aim to revamp or to improve the extension system, it's a perfect environment for us to develop our information services into the context of the extension services. So that would be
Thank you so much. So, from your submission, what I have gotten interesting is how localization is going in practice. The soil information system, the national soil information system, is owned by the Ministry of Agriculture, and ISRIC is supporting to make the data as real as possible to serve and advise farmers based on the nutrient level that they are facing in their own land. And ISRIC is also involved in developing a fertilizer decision support tool within the Transform program. I want you to give us a highlight on how still smallholder farmers can benefit from that practice.
Thank you for the question. It's a follow-up question on what I was just explaining. The soil information, the soil maps do not cut it with respect to advising farmers on land management practices, cropping, agronomic advisories, and all that. So information is needed from other angles. EIR is developing decision support tools for cropping, and also has developed testing of crops and crop responses with several other organizations. That information will be very useful for any decision support tools. In addition, we will need to look into angles of the project, the scope of the Transform project, looking at ISFM as a means to fertility management. And with IFDC, we have been working on the last 2 years on this support tool that is looking both at fertilizer use in African countries and as well as ISFM practices. And we want to bring them together and in a systematic manner so that we can advise on farmers or given a particular property, a particular soil type, particular crops, and also particular budgets, because farmers are not the same. Farmers have different investment opportunities. Sometimes they don't have investment opportunities at all. So advisory is going to be tailored. Now I'm speaking as if we are going to do that, but that's not the case. We will, in the context of Transform, prepare information management that supports the information system to develop the last mile recommendations that farmers can use at the local level.
Very perfectly. I like the last mile advisory service delivery, which is customized based on the situation that the farmers are in terms of the nutrient level of the soil. Thank you so much, Andre, for that insights. Now we have also the Ethiopian Coffee Forest Forum as a consortium member to implement Transform program. And I want to invite Dr. Tadessa to give us highlights in terms of what can the Ethiopian Coffee Forum, the Ethiopian Coffee Forest Forum play in terms of providing knowledge and skill, mainly to empower farmers in soil restoration. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. So, I think our organization is the Environment and Forest Forum, maybe a little bit correction on the name without changing. People remember the old name because we have changed it in 2009. So maybe we have to go back to the old name. Generally, our organization is what we do is we are a local non-governmental organization. So we do a lot of also applied applied research, engaging participatory and board of even we call it transdisciplinary research because we engage farmers and so and we do also implement the findings at grassroots level. So we consider ourselves as an organization that really bridges between science, policy, and practice. So we implement on the ground, and we are really happy to be part of this consortium, which includes researchers and the policy makers and implementers on the ground. And as an organization that has really a very good and grassroots level presence, working with farmers from identifying their problems and jointly identifying also solutions that is suitable for their local problems and implementing them together, planning and implementing together. We consider ourselves that we can play really a very important role because we can we can mobilize the farmers at grassroots level and facilitate the interaction between scientists and policymakers at the grassroots level, and that experience and that the trust that we build with working with local farmers makes us a trusted actor that really works with the local farmers. And in that process, I think Dr. Tolesa and others also mentioned that this is really not a top-down approach, but a bottom-up approach, and we work at the bottom level and help the interaction between the next level actors that can contribute to the social management in this process. So briefly, I think that's what I can say.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Tadessa, for the insights and also the correction. Going forward, I'm going to say environment and coffee forests forum. Thank you. But from your contribution, what I have also seen is your local presence in terms of making practical how Transform is going to undertake the co-creation of knowledge, especially with farmers, in terms of creating the trust for you to receive the candid and honest contribution in terms of indigenous knowledge from the farmers and share as a package for the rest of the world to make the change at scale. Thank you for that. And I want to pass to SOS Sahel, Mr. Tawabe. We know SOS Sahel is already the consortium member in terms of implementing Transform. And I want to ask how SOS Sahel will enhance the livelihood of farmers in Ethiopia, leveraging the interventions within the Transform program. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. When we talk about smallholders' livelihood, the Switzerland Ethiopia will focus mainly on three major areas. The first one is technical backup and capacity building. In terms of technical backup and capacity building, we have a very extensive experience of farmers field school, FFS. There was a project which was implemented together with Elia Institute of Wageningen University and also Hausa University. We have a very good experience in that regard. Therefore, we have built our experience on that, and we have been implementing climate smart agriculture interventions using that experience. Therefore, this FFS is a very bottom-up approach which can complement this integrated farm planning approach. I think Transform can be complement this approach. In terms of inputs, when we think about production and productivity increment, we have to work on inputs, especially soil inputs. We believe that soil inputs has to be very sustainable, and farmers has to use sustainable way of using these inputs, be it chemical or organic fertilizer. Therefore, we are supporting our farmers not only to buy and use fertilizers, but also to produce organic fertilizer in their backyard and use for their own production purpose. Therefore, SOSR has been working for a long time with different partners on production and dissemination of these organic fertilizers. Therefore, this experience also will bring a new addition for the transport program. I think our farmers, just to mention one example, our farmers in India, they're trading vermicompost and vermin decide to use it for themselves. Therefore, I think this is very practical experience for transport.
Thank you so much. I think you highlighted about how you're going to deal with the perception of farmers in terms of changing their mindsets from only applying fertilizers to deal with soil health rather than complement the chemical fertilizers with soil amendments and organic fertilizers to practice integrated soil fertility management. And you also highlighted the experience that you have in terms of mobilizing local actors in terms of universities, research to access climate smart practices to support sustainable soil inputs availability and accessibility for farmers to get empowered and change their livelihood on agriculture, which is based on healthy soils. Thank you so much. I think at this point we have enough from the panelists and how they are complementing each other in terms of their experience, expertise, and how they are complementing to develop and implement strategies, interventions that will work for the smallholder farmers at the last mile level. I want to invite the audience, if you have maximum of 2 questions for my panelists to respond on, and I will ask my co-facilitator to give the mic to Amsalu at the back. And sorry, I forgot your name. 3 hands, 4. So I will give numbers: 1, 2, 3, Professor, 4, 5, 6, 7. I say we are all, I see the interest is high, so I'm giving 2 more. We're going to be 9. Okay. Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank the European Union and Netherlands government for financing this innovative program. It's very timely. My question is, Transform is mainly using the integrated soil management techniques. This technique is very broad and the program is limited in time resource. So which techniques we are following? Which one can use it for this one? The second one is Ethiopia is one of Ethiopian soil is affected by soil acidity. The arable 40% of the arable land is affected. Out of this, 28%, 28% are strongly acidic oil. How this program is supporting this one? It is a big challenge nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you. So for the interest of time, I want to limit the questions too, because you set the stage, giving us 2 questions already. So, yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the panelists for sharing with us with the insight about the intervention. I can see that the transport program is in safe hands. I can see from the composition of the consortium members. In our country, I know I'm aware that there are some peaceful approach related to soil health here and there by different institutions are trying really different ways to address this serious issue. So I'm really wondering how you are planning to harness or create synergies with existing initiatives and try to complement each other. And what's really your engagement strategy or approach in this regard so that you won't risk yourself or ending up duplicating what others are doing. So to use your resources effectively and efficiently and complement each other, what's really your way forward in this regard? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I also would like to thank the panelists for the stimulating ideas they shared with us. I like the approach because this approach is instead of being top down, it is bottom up. It's an interesting approach, and it is, I think, culturally appropriate, economically viable, and also ecologically sustainable, in my opinion. But when you say integrated, how integrated is this? Maybe the term integrated may look a little bit generic, because one important element is that in this type of work, we also need education and participatory learning. For example, farmers have to be able to collect data, soil data. They have to even be able to test the soil for pH and other maybe elementary parameters. And so they may need some kits. Have you thought of these ideas to include these ideas in this program? That's my point. Maybe also you need to pay farmers for ecosystem services. I don't know, for carbon sequestration. You know, that's also important. So did you think of these ideas as well? Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank the panelists for their insights on the topic that is closer to my heart. The theme of this project is starts for capitalizing in the existing interventions, and that is what I like so much. My question is, as I saw from this morning presentation, the consultative members are all out of development entities. Some of them are NGOs, some of them are development partners. And my worry is how will you ensure that the interest and the priority of government is entertained and captured at top level without having them in front of you? Thank you.
I thought this microphone never comes to the front again. Thank you, panelists. I have so many questions, but I'll be fair and also I'll just choose one. I think following on this question, how are you going to measure 56,000 hectares of improved soil? I'm really curious a bit on the M&E side of that. And I just want to thank, I'm sorry, her name from SOS Sahel for mentioning the farmer field schools. This is a program initiated by HortiLife through SMV, who's also here. The Dutch embassy has been funding for the past years, and it has a tremendous reach. And in a lot of regions, the farmer field schools are already institutionalized, and the bureaus have already adopted this methodology. And I spoke earlier this morning also to someone saying, like, please, and it's again an invitation and a plea actually, use what already works, what through other partners and through other donors perhaps has already been piloted and has proven to be successful or impactful, like the farmer field schools, and really use that as a vehicle. So that's my plea also to transfer.
Yeah, thank you so much. I also appreciate the panelists. It was really insightful. My question is about innovation. You mentioned in the presentation, right, repeatedly, innovation is the heart of this program. That is really highly appreciated. So if that is the case, how you are really going to really look into those initiatives which can really support the farmers? For example, cattle urine collection and use. If our farmers are really collect appropriately the cattle urine, we cannot import the urea fertilizer from us. We confirmed that with the recent EIR, and but we didn't use that opportunity. The other opportunity on our door, on the farmer's door, is bone char. Bone char also can supplement 50% of the pea fertilizer if you are appropriately use it, because the technology is already in Jimma University, and we have to explore those also. There's also a vermi. We have been really working with the farmer to use the vermi as one of the inputs. So it's also showed a very nice result to consider. The other one is green ammonia. We are trying to really put this green ammonia issue in the agenda of the government. Maybe if innovation, if transport consider those important, this is one. The other one is ISFM is very easy convincing at farmer, but how best you are really going to use the landscape level? Because if you are not consider the agroecology, the landscape level, sustainability is really in a problem. So how best you are going to really look into those? I want to start the first question about soil acidity, the collaboration with the government, because sustainability will be ensured if the government is highly buying this idea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will only have two more.
Yes. Yeah, I also join others in terms of congratulating the panelists. I have just two questions, one for Dr. Togasa. When you mentioned the uniqueness of Transform program, as part of this strategy, you said it adopts bottom-up participatory and integrated approach. I have a certain degree of reservation here because I know at least even though some activities have been following a piecemeal approach, there are many efforts here and there by different entities in terms of implementing integrated soil fertility management, be it at government level, especially through academia and the research institutions, and through our NGO partners, particularly we can mention SOS Farm Africa and the likes. So having really drawn some lessons and experience from the ongoing initiatives in this regard, because why I said I have reservations, you said, I mean, this is the previous approach were top-down approach. Well, there might be, even from the government side, there is a certain degree of flexibility to go for bottom-up. So if you have you gathered some lessons and experience from the so far existing initiatives, regardless of their scale or magnitude? That is my first question. The second question is to Dr. Theodros. You say in terms of input application, approach would be demand-driven input supply approach instead of top-down approach. Now, my concern is, given the ambitious drive by the government in terms of meeting its food security, okay, the choice is always more worse. You know, this has been seen over the years during the time of Ethiopia and even in the current government. So how can you make a trade-off here? For instance, if farmers resort to using organic fertilizers, abandoning the other one, how can you make a trade-off? That is the question that came to my mind. Thank you.
My question was to Andre. At what scale is now the digital soil map? Thank you. Hello? Hello? At what scale is now the soil digital map which we have now?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. For the interest of time, I will stop receiving questions and I will give my panelists only 1 minute to respond on one question that you think should be responded to. I see many of the contributions are already contributions for you to take note of and build on the existing initiatives. So I will start with Dr. Professor. You have only 1 minute to respond on, I think, how are you going to measure the reach of 65,000 farmers with hectares of land restored?
Thank you very much. Actually, it will be difficult to answer more than 10 questions within a minute. I will summarize and provide the answers that relate and the reflections. Let me start from the 100 position. How do we measure 65,000 hectares of land at the end of the day? What we can measure, that much amount, that much size of land is restored. We can say that from the amount of soil inputs we apply. We know that we measure the organic fertilizer we apply through the farmer. Once we know the quantity of organic input we apply to the soil, then we can estimate that much size of land is restored. That is one way of measuring the intervention. The other one also, we can use certain aspects, the digital mapping, right? If it is working through remote sensing, because through remote sensing, it can sense that the level of soil organic carbon built up in the soil. Therefore, through that, we can also assess that the size of land restored through the transform intervention. The other thing is about the integrated soil fertility approach. Yes, as you all say, the approach is very broad. In transport, we give all aspects of integrated soil fertility management approach, not implemented by each farmer, but there is where we say it is a context specific. Each partner will utilize, will adopt and implement on its land at least 2 or 3 types of organic fertilizer. Manure, we have so many sources of manure, compost, vermicompost, green manure, conservation agriculture, residue management, crop residue management, all those are the techniques. But we are not telling our partners that use all the integrated approaches at one. No. What we say is at least a minimum of 2 to restore their lands. Let me say also a key point is on the acidity. So as you all say, soil acidity is #1 problem, challenge to the Ethiopian agriculture. Through research, the management aspects, the solutions are developed. One of the methods is application of land. In transport, we have a plan implement to provide farmers to quantify the line requirement to restore, to amend the soil acid. That is one aspect. Another one, the organic fertilizer we are applying to the soil also one of the way to restore, to improve the soil acidity. Organic fertilizer will provide a temporary relief to the soil acidity until the central carbon is decomposed by microorganisms. Therefore, organic matter application is one of the remedies for the soil acidity management. The other aspect we will consider is in integrated soil fertility management, we have a genetic solution. Improved variety also.
Thomas, I want to interrupt you at this point because we are way late as per our schedule, and I will stop you here with apologies. And I want to invite each of my panelists to reflect only on one aspect of the questions that we have received. But we have jotted down all the reflections for us to take note of and not repeat the mistakes that we have been doing in terms of duplicating efforts and doing same thing again and again. So I will only give you now seconds to reflect on one important point that you need to reflect on. I will start with Andre and then.
Okay, let me take one question from guy in the back on how can we avoid doing things, doubling up things. It's an important question. It's an excellent question because there are so many projects, there's so many initiatives, and very often we see the same terms be used after 4 years when a new round of project funding is planned. Where we come in, at least from the soil information perspective, is that we hope to collate and collect with partners who have been working in the soil information field of work in the country over the last years or maybe even decades, and see that information is brought together as part of our reception period in the first months. Because we want to avoid redoing things that have already been done. It's especially important when we downscale our efforts in particular regions where our partners, development partners, might already have had programs. So we want to learn from that. We know TIS has been active in various spaces, government has been active in other places, universities have been doing work. To some extent, that is all on the radar of government institutions, but not always. So we need to, we will actively bring these things together. That's a short answer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will respond only to one question. As you said, with regard to the trade-off between inorganic and organic fertilizer, that is always an issue. So organic fertilizer is not available with the need we have at the moment. So that is why the integrated soil fertility management or combining organic and inorganic fertilizer is very important. AR has a long-standing experiment on this, and they conclude the combined use of organic and inorganic fertilizer. We joined hands with them on some of the experiments across regions, and the conclusion is the same. So we encourage the compound use. We have also one important approach. We call it one mad approach, which we advise the extension not to have an ambition to use organic fertilizer for whole of farmland, but start small. So the one match is a unit of decision for most farmers. So if you apply with one match and go on expanding the use of inorganic fertilizer, that will be a very good solution. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Paduso?
Maybe I just want to respond to the concerns of Dr. Tamaskin, who asked that the consulting members are all state actors and how we are going to really deliver on the project. I think all non-state actors uh, work only within the framework uh, of the government, within the plan of the government. So it is, we all contribute to the government. First, we make agreement, we enter into agreement with the government uh, on the intervention areas, kind of intervention, and even the project design itself involved with the different government actors, I think the Ministry of Agriculture, the API, and many other organizations. The most important part, however, is at the plot level. When we work with farmers, we work with development agents of the government at the local level, the Warada sector authorities, and all government actors, and we are only supporting, providing support, and facilitating. The implementers are actually the farmers and the sector organizations on the ground. But that's why they were mentioned as the partners, and so we are really contributing to the government programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paduso. Yes, Moabe, can you reflect?
Yeah, thank you. I want to reflect on integrated approach that we are going to follow, especially for the accounting of payment for ecosystem services. SSL Ethiopia, with its partner Farm Africa, was implementing one program called Participatory Forest Management Approach in Bale ecoregion. And we have an experience of selling carbon to the free market, especially using Green Plus initiatives. And we have sold more than 11 million euros, and 60% of that goes to the farmers and 40% to the government. But yet, I don't come across experiences of counting soil carbon as payment for ecosystem services. So I think it's a very good area to work on it, and we have an interest on that, to work on soil carbon, but yet there is no such practical experience on that. Otherwise, the concept is very much accepted. Thank you.
Yes, as you have seen, these consortium members came with their specific expertise to implement the Transform program. And though they are sitting in the leadership positions, all the individuals here are there to join forces to make the ambitious targets become realized. or at least lessons we learned to expand at scale. So join me to thank all my panelists and show them your hands as we proceed to implementation. Thank you so much. Yes, so we'll proceed to the next panel discussion. And at this point, I want to request your apologies. Those who don't speak Amharic, I'm going to switch the language, and my colleagues will help me to give you summaries on what we're going to discuss with the regional bureaus of agriculture. So we'll be talking on how the soil fertility status looks like in the three regions that Transform is going to be implemented with Amhara regional states, Central Ethiopia, and Oromia regional states. Yes, I'm changing my language now. የተከበሩ ዶክተር ደረስ የአማራ ክልል ምክትል ርዕሰ መስተዳደር እና የገጠር ክላስተር አስተባባሪ እንዲሁም የግብርና ቢሮ ኃላፊ ወደ መድረኩ እንዲመጡ ጋብዛለሁ። የተከበሩ ዶክተር ደረስ ይቅርታ በጣም ድረስ እሺ አቶ መላኩ ቶፋ ከማዕከላዊ ኢትዮጵያ ክልል የግብርና ቢሮ ምክትል ኃላፊና የተፈጥሮ ሀብት ዳይሬክተር። Join me in welcoming my panel, ዶክተር አፋድ ጆጌ የኦሮሚያ ግብርና ምርምር ኢንስቲትዩት ምክትል ዳይሬክተር። Welcome. ይሄን ውይይት ለማድረግ ስለመጣችሁ እጅግ አመሰግናለሁ። እንደሰማችሁት የትራንስፎርም ፕሮግራም በኢትዮጵያ የአፈር ለምነትን ለማሻሻል እና ያለውን የአፈር ለምነት ችግሮች ለማሻሻል የሚከተለውን መርሃ ግብር ሰምተናል ከፈይሳ ፕሬዘንቴሽንም እንዲሁም ደግሞ አሁን ከነበረው የፓናል ዲስከሽን እና ምናልባት ከእናንተ እንደ ተግባሪ ክልል ይሄን ፕሮግራም በክልሉ ያለውን የአፈር ለምነት ችግር መጠን ብታሳዩ እና ይሄ ፕሮግራም ምን ያክል ክልሎቹ ላሉበት የአፈር ለምነት ችግር አስተዋጽኦ ያደርጋል የሚለውን ብታሳዩ። ስለዚህ ከተከበሩ ዶክተር ድረስ እጀምራለሁ። ያው በሰዎች ብዛት ሰዓት ስለሆነ የቆምነው አጠር አድርገን ብናካፍል መልካም። አመሰግናለሁ።
እሺ አመሰግናለሁ። በአማርኛ ላይ እሺ የአማራ ክልል ወደ 5.2 ሚሊዮን ሄክታር የሚሆን የሚታረስ መሬት አለው። ከዚህ ውስጥ ኦልሞስት 1.9 ሚሊዮን የሚሆነው ሄክታር መሬት በአሲዳማነት የተጠቃ ነው። እንደ ክልል አቨሬጅ ምርታማነታችን ባለፈው ዓመት 32 ኩንታል በሄክታር ደርሷል። ይህ ደግሞ ከዓለም አማካይ በ8 ኩንታል የሚያንስ ነው ማለት ነው እና በክልሉ ትልቁ የዘላቂ የግብርና ስርዓት ለመዘርጋትና ዋስትና ለማረጋገጥ የፕሮዳክቲቪቲ ችግር አለ ማለት ነው። ይህን ችግር ለመፍታት እንግዲህ ኦልሞስት ኒርሊ 36% የሚጠጋው የእርሻ መሬታችን በአሲዳማ አፈር የተጠቃ ስለሆነ ከዚህ ውስጥ ስትሮንግ አሲድ የሆነው 4% ነው። ሞደሬት የሆነው 8.6% ነው። ስላይትሊ አሲዲክ የሆነው 24% ነው። ይሄ ፕሮግራም በሶይል ሄልዝ ኤንድ ፈርቲሊቲ ላይ የሚሰራው ትራንስፎርም ፕሮግራም አሁን የጀመርነውን በክልሉ ከግብርና ምርምር ጋር በመቀናጀት የአሲዳማ አፈር ልማት ሮድማፕ አዘጋጅተን ወደ ትግበራ ገብተናል። በፌዴራል መንግስትም እንደዚህ ኢኒሼቲቭ ተወስዶ እየተሰራ ስለሆነ ይህን በማገዝ እና የሶይል ኤክስቴንሽን በመስራት በኩል ትልቅ አስተዋጽኦ ያደርግልናል ብለን እናስባለን።
የፕሮግራም በመካፈቱ ወጣ ፕሮግራሙን በማገዝ የአውሮፓ ህብረት በአይንዘላል ሲያደረገልንን ትብብርና ስለመበተን በክልሉ መንግስት ስም ላይ ያለ ምስጋና ማቅረብ እወዳለሁ። አመሰግናለሁ።
እጅግ አመሰግናለሁ የተከበሩ ዶክተር ድረስ ወደ ማዕከላዊ ኢትዮጵያ እንሄድና አንድ ላይ ማጠቃለያውን እንወስዳለን።
ማዕከላዊ ኢትዮጵያ ክልል ያው በፊት ደቡብ ብሔር ብሔረሰቦች ህዝቦች ክልል ውስጥ የነበረ ነው። እንደ ክልል በአዲስ መልክ ተደራጀ። 2 ዓመት እየሆነ ነው። ክልሉ ከተደራጀ በኋላ የግብርና ምርትና ምርታማነት እድገት ማነቆ የሆኑ ጉዳዮችን በመለየት እነዚህን ማነቆችን በመፍታት የግብርና ምርትና ምርታማነትን ለማሳደግ ከፍተኛ ስራ እየሰራ ይገኛል። ከምርታማነት ማነቆዎች ውስጥ አንዱ ከተለዩት የአፈር አሲዳማነት ችግር አንዱና ዋናው እንደሆነ ተለይቷል። በክልላችን በአሲዳማነት የተጠቁ ወረዳዎችን ቀበሌያትንና ምን ያህል ሽፋን እንዳለው የመለያትን ስራ ተሰርቶ ባለፈው ዓመት ከፍተኛ የህዝብ ንቅናቄ በመፍጠር እነዚህን ችግሮች ለመቅረፍ የተለያዩ ቴክኖሎጂዎችን ችግሩን ለመቅረፍ ስራዎችን እየሰራን ነው ያለነው። ካለው ችግር አንጻርና ከፍተኛ አሲዳማነት በተለይም በደጋማ አካባቢዎቹ ላይ ከፍተኛ የምርት እድገት ማነቆ ከመሆኑ ጋር ተያይዞ እየቀረበ ያለውና እየተሰራ ያለው ከችግሩ አንጻር የሚመጥን አይደለም። ስለዚህ ይህንን ችግር የተለያዩ ፕሮጀክቶችን፣ ፕሮግራሞችን በማቀናጀር ከምርምርም ጋር ሆኖ የማዕከላዊ ሴንትራል ኢትዮጵያ ግብርና ምርምር ባለፈው ዓመት ነው የተደራጀው። አባላት የሆነ ነው፣ ግን ሰፊ ስራ ክልሉ ላይ ካለው ማዕከል ጋር ተያይዞ እየሰራ ምርምር ጥናት እያካሄደ ነው። ከክልላችን ደግሞ የወልቂጤ የግብርና ምርምር ማዕከልም ሰፊ ሙከራ ስራዎችን እየሰራ ውጤታማ ስራ ተሞክሮዎች ተገኝተዋል። ይህንን የማስፋት በክልል እየሰራ ያለበት ሁኔታ አለ። ይህ ፕሮጀክት በዚህ ቡድን እንዲታቀፍ እኛ ይህንን የተጀመረውን ስራ ለማስፋትና ውጤታማ የሆነ ስራ ለመስራት ትልቅ አቅምና አጋዥ ይሆናል ብዬ ወስዳለሁ። እኛም ተባብረን ፕሮጀክት ውጤታማ እንዲሆን የህብረተሰብ ተጠቃሚነትን ለማረጋገጥ በጋራ በትብብር ለመስራት ዝግጁ መሆናችንን ለማሳወቅ ነው። አመሰግናለሁ።
ዶክተር ይቅርታ በኦሮሚያ ግብርና ምርምር ኢንስቲትዩት ምክትል ዳይሬክተር ዶክተር ጣፋ በአጭሩ የአፈር ለምነት ችግር ምን ይመስላል፣ ይሄ ፕሮጀክትስ ምን ያክል ችግሩን ለመፍታት አስተዋጽኦ ያደርጋል የሚለውን ታካፍላል።
አመሰግናለሁ። በመጀመሪያ ደረጃ ትራንስፎርም ፕሮግራም ለዚህ ፕሮግራም ያለኝን አድናቆት ለመግለጽ እፈልጋለሁ። ምክንያቱም ከተቀመጡ ግቦች በሀውስሆልድ ደረጃ በመሬት ስፋት ደረጃ ተደማሽ አድርጎ የያዟቸው ዓላማዎች እና የተቀመጡ ግቦች በጣም ጥሩ ናቸው። ጥሩ ውጤትም ኢምፓክት ያመጣል ብዬ ስለማስብ ያንን ለመግለጽ እወዳለሁ። በመቀጠል ኦሮሚያ ክልል ሰፊ እንደመሆኑ መጠን በጣም ብዙ ምርታማ የሆኑ አካባቢዎች ይኖሩ በአፈር ለምነትና ችግር ያለባቸው አፈሮች ወይም ፕሮግራም ሶይልስ የሚባሉ ቦታዎች ያሉበትም አካባቢዎች በጣም ሰፊ ናቸው። ስለዚህ ክልሉ በተፈጥሮ ሀብት ላይ ምክንያቱም የአፈር ለምነት ለመጠበቅ የተፈጥሮ ሀብት ወሳኝ ስለሆነ በዛ ላይ እንዲሁም በአፈር ለምነት ላይ እንደዚሁ ግብዓቶችን ለማዳረስ እና በዚህ ረገድ ምርታማነትን ለመጨመር ሰፊ ርብርብ እያደረገ ይገኛል። የአፈር ለምነት፣ የአፈር አሲዳማነት እና ሌሎች ችግሮችን የምርት የግብርናው ማነቆ እንደሆኑ ስለሚረዳ በጣም ሰፊ ስራዎች እየተሰሩ ነው። በመሆኑ ይሄ ግራንት ፕሮግራም በአሁኑ ጊዜ የመጣበት ጊዜ ደግሞ በየትኛውም ደረጃ በክልል ደረጃም በሀገር አቀፍ ደረጃም ብዙ የግብርና ምርቶችን ለማሳደግ ለኢንዱስትሪዎች ለውጭ ለመላክም ብዙ ርብርብ የተደረገ ባለበት ወቅት የመጣ በመሆኑ ይሄ በጣም እዚህ ውስጥ ለመሳተፍ ለመተባበር በቅንጅት ለመስራት በጣም ጥሩ ቤዝ አለ፣ በጣም ጥሩ መሰረት አለ። እንደዚሁም በክልል ውስጥ ብዙ የምርምር ማዕከላት አሉ። ከግብርናው ኤክስቴንሽን ጋር በተለይ ከፕሮጀክቱ ዓላማ አንጻር ቅንጅት በመፍጠር ሰፊ ስራ መስራት የሚቻልበት እና ከዚህ ፕሮጀክት ጋር ጥሩ ውጤት ለማስመዝገብ ጥሩ እድል ወቅቱን ወሳኝ ወቅት መሆኑን ነው። ስለዚህ በጣም ስራ ይሰራል ይመስለኛል።
Thank my panelists for their brief overview of how the magnitude of soil fertility is in the three different regions. They highlighted the extent of acidity in soils in Amhara, Oromia, and central Ethiopia. The three of them highlighted the level of acidity and how much the arable land available for production is affected by different challenges on soil fertility. And they also highlighted to build on the existing initiatives, not to repeat the same interventions that the user programs are doing, and they appreciated the collaboration going forward. And they submitted a thank you for the donors, the Embassy of the Netherlands and the EU for supporting such program at this critical time where the government is putting high priority on soil restoration and how farmers are affected in terms of productivity due to the nutrient balance problem in the soils. So with this, join me to thank my panelists because I'm not allowing any questions because they have already submitted the status and how they will be collaborating with the project to reverse soil challenges in the regions. And join me to thank all my panelists at this point. Thank you so much for your readiness to transform. With this, my full facilitation in terms of time for the two panelists, the two panels ends here. I thank you so much for your active participation in terms of challenging the consortium members, keeping active at this point where you are sitting, trading off your lunch. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Now we have the vote of thanks delivered by Dr. Campbell.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored and privileged to propose a vote of thanks on this memorable occasion of Transform program launching meeting. The Transform program launching meeting marks a historic milestone in the Ethiopia's journey towards sustainable soil health and fertility management. Today, we witnessed the official launching of the innovative Transform Soil Fertility Management in Ethiopia. The program, which aims to initiate a new era of agricultural development and food security in our country. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making this workshop a resounding success. First and foremost, I thank our honorable guests, His Excellency Professor Iyasu Elias, State Minister, Ministry of Agriculture, who, despite his busy schedule, has found the time to grace this meeting. As the State Minister of Agriculture, his leadership is fundamental in shaping the Ethiopia's agricultural landscape, particularly the soil health and the fertility management issues. His insightful and motivational remark today not only inspire us, but also reinforce our collective commitment to enhance soil health in Ethiopia. His dedication to this cause exemplifies the vision necessary for sustainable soil health practices in our country. Again, on behalf of the IFDC and myself, I would like to express our gratitude to Her Excellency, to His Excellency, Hank Van Ju, President and the Chief Executive Officer of the International Fertilizer Development Center, for traveling all the way north from abroad and for his instrumental role in initiating and implementing the Transform program in Ethiopia. Please note here, his visionary leadership and strategic guidance have been crucial in navigating the complexities of soil health and the fertility issue. Therefore, I'd like to say thank you, Hen, for your strategic vision, expert guidance, and encouragement through our effort, as well as your continued commitment to the success of the Transform program. Next, our sincere thanks goes to Her Excellency Paula Schillinger for her encouraging and insightful remarks. Her encouraging work and the commitment to the development cooperation have provided us the renewed motivation. The support of the Kingdom of the Netherlands has been crucial in our efforts to enhance soil fertility, and we look forward to further strengthen this partnership for the benefit of Ethiopian farmers and the agricultural sector at large. Thank you for believing in our mission, for your ongoing contribution to the sustainable development. We also extend our gratitude to Her Excellency Mercedes Martin North for her valuable contribution and the direction today. Her valuable insight and the clear policy direction have reinforced the significance of the Transform program. The European Union's continuous support for sustainable agricultural development is vital, and their expertise play a key role in shaping policies and impact soil health and agricultural practice. On behalf of the Transform team and myself, I convey my grateful to His Excellency Professor Nuguse Dechasa, Director General of the Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research, for his valuable contribution, guidance, and encouragement in all our efforts. Professor, your guidance, expertise have been instrumental in advancing soil health initiative in Ethiopia. Your efforts in promoting research-based solutions and the policy framework continue to drive the meaningful progress in the soil sector. Thank you, Professor. I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to Hannah, the first secretary and the Food and Nutrition Security Cluster Coordinator at the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands for an unwavering support, invaluable guidance, and insightful advice. Thank you, Hannah, for your support, for your guidance. Distinguished guests, honorable ladies and gentlemen, your presence today underscores the vital importance of soil health and fertility in Ethiopia. Your collective dedication, expertise, and the shared visions are instrumental as we embark on this transformative journey in soil health and fertility management. Together, we are laying the foundation for resilient response to climate change, sustainable environment, and a robust economic growth, paving the way for the brighter future for generations to come. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to this crucial cause. I would like to thank His Excellency Dr. Drat Sahine, Vice President of Amara Regional States and Head of Amara Regional Bureau of Agriculture, Ato Bariso Paisa, Deputy Head of Oromia Region Bureau of Agriculture. He was here during the first session of the meeting. Ato Mulat, Deputy Head of the Central Ethiopia Region Bureau of Agriculture, for your commitment to collaborating with the Transform program. I would also like to thank our consortium partner, for their significant contribution to the implementation of the Transform program. Next, my gratitude goes to Resilience BB for their significant contribution and active participation in the Transform program. Ladies and gentlemen, the wheel started rolling some weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for detail. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues from the IFPs in Ethiopia and also in abroad who know their job very well. Thank you for your support. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of the task. It is privilege and a great joy for me to extend the thanks to all those who have been contributing in one way or the other to make this launching meeting a success. It is my sincere duty to thank all of you here today. I thank the members of media for evincing interest in covering the event and all good heads who worked behind the screen. I would like to thank Carol and Yemisraj for their excellent facilitation and the capable manner in which conducted the meeting. Finally, please do enjoy your stay in Addis Ababa and contribute to the transform program once you have been back to your work station. Let us use the principle, concepts, ideas, motion, energies we have been shared today to make the sustainable soil health fertility in Ethiopia very successful. Once again, I thank you all for your contribution to the transport program. Thank you so much. Next, let me kindly invite His Excellency Professor Nguse Dechasa, Director General of the Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research, to give a closing remark and officially close the meeting. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Tolesa, and members of the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to close this important and interesting workshop. Your Excellency, Professor Elias Elias, although he's not here, I have to recognize him. Your Excellency Henk van Duygen, President and CEO of the International Fertilizer Development Center. Your Excellency Paula Schinderer, Deputy Ambassador and Head of Development Cooperation, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Your Excellency Mercedes Martin Nortes, Senior Policy Officer, European Union. Distinguished diplomats, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. It is with immense pride and enthusiasm that I address you today, representing the Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research and myself, to present the closing remarks for the launch of the Transform Soil Fertility Management in Ethiopia, which is called Transform Program. To begin, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed guests, diplomats, government representatives, national and international development partners, NGOs, private sector members, researchers, extension workers, providers of input and credit, cooperative unions, and other vital stakeholders in the soil sector. Your attendance today signifies our collective dedication to enhancing soil health and fertility management in Ethiopia, promoting long-term agricultural sustainability and bolstering resilience against climate change. Soil degradation represents a significant challenge to agricultural productivity and food security in Ethiopia. Ethiopia has great soil resources. However, the soil of the country is affected by a number of challenges. One challenge, as you may know, is soil erosion. So every year, the statistics shows that Ethiopia loses about 1.5 billion tons of topsoil to erosion. This is a significant loss. Out of all resources, land resources, I think it is not gold, it is soil that is most precious. So the loss of 1.5 tons is actually great, it's high, and something has to be done. Of course, in the past several years, this loss was much higher. To some extent, Ethiopia managed to reduce it. So it's a positive sign. There is also what we call nutrient depletion. Nutrients are depleted because of overcropping. And then there is no return of organic matter or crop residue back to the soil. In most cases, because farmers use the crop residues for other ends, to meet other ends, such as fuel wood, construction, and water. So this is also a difference. We shouldn't forget also soil salinity. On top of soil acidity, soil salinity is also a big problem. And as we expand irrigation, it is likely that it's going to be a serious issue as well. So we have to do some preemptive measures. We have to take some preemptive measures. There is one adage which I always say: poor soils make poor people, and poor people make the soil poorer. Whenever there is poor soil, there is no enough food, there is no enough clothing, there is no enough health service. So people are poor. If people are poor, they have to cut trees, they have to make charcoal, they have to make firewood, so that they sell it and buy food, thereby endangering the soil further. I am a living witness for this. I worked at university as research director and vice president for about 20 years. I traveled the length and breadth of eastern Ethiopia. I worked with farmers. And everywhere I went, I looked at the soil. Wherever the soil is rich, the people looked good. The children looked well fed. They were well clothed. They were backward. Wherever the soil is poor, the people were poorly fed, poorly clothed, even poorly housed. These I've seen. So we have to see how important soil is for our farmers and for all of us, of course. This morning we have been saying soil is the basis for all civilizations in this world. So the initiation of this transform program signifies a pivotal development for the soil sector in Ethiopia. This program not only tackles these critical issues, but also establishes robust groundwork for a more productive, sustainable, climate resilient agricultural future. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Transform program emphasizes a farmer-led participatory model that empowers Ethiopian farmers to take charge of their land stewardship. By integrating traditional knowledge with scientific advancements, the program improves soil health, boosts agricultural productivity, and enhances livelihoods. Farmers are engaged in the decision-making process, enabling the development of customized, context-specific solutions that rejuvenate soil fertility, elevate crop yields, and encourage sustainable land management practices. This collaborative strategy not only fortifies resilience against climate change, but also guarantees that farming communities can prosper both economically and environmentally, paving the way for a sustainable future for future generations. However, the effectiveness of this initiative hinges on the robustness of our collaboration. It is essential for policymakers, researchers, development partners, the private sector, and most critically, the farmers themselves to unite in ensuring that soil fertility management evolves from a mere intervention into a fundamental practice that supports our ecosystem and food systems. By advocating for integrated soil fertility management, increasing access to organic fertilizers, and encouraging farmer-led research, we can disrupt the cycle of soil degradation while simultaneously improving food security and economic well-being. Furthermore, the Transform program acknowledges that soil health transcends cultural concerns, encompassing environmental, economic, and social dimensions. Healthy soils are vital for maintaining biodiversity, serving as natural carbon sinks, playing a pivotal role in both climate change adaptation and mitigation. Soil organic carbon functions as a reservoir for plant nutrients, retaining moisture like a sponge and alleviating moisture stress, particularly during drought conditions that crops encounter in arid regions with unpredictable rain. This organic matter supports the growth of beneficial soil organisms or microorganisms, which in turn facilitate the mobilization of soil nutrients, enhancing their absorption by plants. Our dedication to science-based solutions, inclusive engagement, and sustainable practices will be crucial
in unlocking the full potential of this program. Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, this gathering marks not merely the initiation of a program, it signifies the onset of a movement that prioritizes soil health as a fundamental aspect of agricultural transformation in our country. The participatory integrated planning, which is called PIP framework, along with a participatory learning approach, will engage farmers on a large scale, cultivate a culture of collective responsibility, and empower communities to take the lead in the restoration and preservation of soil fertility. By implementing targeted interventions and research-backed soil fertility management practices, Ethiopia has the opportunity to restore and preserve its valuable agricultural lands. Through this program, it is intended to restore 65,000 hectares of degraded farmland to their original fertility status, to enhance the resilience of 100,000 small-scale food producers, and strengthen institutional capacity for long-term soil health management. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the genuine indicator of success for the Transform program will extend beyond the policies we implement. It will be reflected in the real enhancements in the lives of farmers, the health of our soils, and the sustainability of our agricultural environments. The future of agriculture in Ethiopia hinges on the decisions we make today, and collectively we can establish a more robust and resilient foundation for farming communities. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and valued partners, as we conclude this enlightening and fruitful workshop, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you for your enthusiastic involvement, valuable insights, and steadfast dedication to establishing a robust strategy for improving soil fertility management in Ethiopia. This initiative is crucial for boosting agricultural productivity and ensuring food security. Today signifies an important milestone in our shared endeavor towards sustaining agricultural transformation marked by the launch of the Transform program. The conversations, concepts, and partnerships we have cultivated here will form the basis for significant initiatives aimed at improving soil health, increasing productivity, and enhancing livelihoods throughout our country. Let's maintain the momentum generated today, collaborating with commitment, creativity, and a unified vision for a resilient and food-secure Ethiopia. Finally, on behalf of the Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Kingdom of the Netherlands and the European Union for their generous financial support in making the Transform program a reality. Your unwavering commitment to sustainable agricultural development is invaluable. By investing in the soil health, you are not only contributing to the productivity and resilience of Ethiopia's agriculture, but also strengthening food security, improving rural livelihoods, and ensuring environmental sustainability for future generations. I always say grants from the government of Netherlands are always practical and they are result oriented. I appreciate that very much. So thank you very much. And I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the International Fertilizer Development Center, IFDC, for taking the lead in implementing this transformative program. Your expertise, dedication, and leadership in sustainable soil fertility management are instrumental in driving meaningful change. Through your efforts, Ethiopian farmers are gaining the knowledge, tools, and resources needed to restore and maintain soil health, reduce dependence on costly imports, and build a more self-sufficient cultural system. Once again, thank you to all our partners, stakeholders, and participants for making this launch a success. Let's continue to transform challenges into opportunities and sow the seeds of prosperity for future generations. Together, we transform Ethiopia's agricultural landscape. Achieving these ambitious goals will require sustained commitment and collaboration. Let's nurture our soils, empower our farmers, and cultivate a future of abundance and resilience. As we move forward, the EIR, Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research, looks forward to continued collaboration with all stakeholders to ensure the lasting impact of this program. With these remarks, I hereby declare that this workshop is officially closed. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, so it's clear we've had very rich and engaging discussions. And I think we can continue with our networking even as we proceed for lunch. So lunch is being served at the Jacaranda restaurant. From the entrance, you'll take a left turn and go on straight. So my colleague will be distributing some vouchers that will be handed over at the restaurant as we serve our lunch. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful afternoon.